Hello. Hello. How do we do? Literally just said there's no good game dev streamers to watch right now. Ah, well, here I am. Me and Mega are pro crafting. Okay. Sweet. I don't like how Corngwin isn't stretched anymore. Yeah, it is sad, isn't it? By the way, guys, Penguin World. It's working. Well, I mean, I don't think it's bug free, but it's working. And it's on 24/7. So, Penguin World is back. I recoded the entire game. It's all recoded the networking from scratch. Penguin World is up and running. But I digress. See here. Just gonna try to join. Penguin World has its own multiplayer. Why is that? Are you familiar with which Penguin World I'm talking about? Because this is the one I'm talking about. The stream looks weird because I'm zoomed in. Penguin World. Home. Yeah. Yeah, so it's running 24/7 now on the same laptop that's running Minecraft. Although there is one issue, which is that corpses or like bodies don't despawn when you disconnect. So I need to fix that, but all in all, should work. Oh, it also seems like the skyboxes from other people are visible to you, so you can see their skyboxes. I don't think there's been a penguinized Minecraft skin. But yeah, this is a good foundation to work in. Should be significantly less laggy as well. Of course, I can't attack anyone. Yeah, Soup came early and got the pre-rolls. Right, the penguinized texture pack. But yeah, this is also running in a new rendering pipeline, so I can do a bit more graphically with this than I was able to do with the old one. The trade-off being that we no longer have the massive YouTube screen that I spent ages to try to get working. So, you know, that's the trade-off we have to accept. Yeah, so that's the situation. If anyone wants to join up. If you don't. But with that said, I am gonna just play test a little bit of Penguin Heist and just see, because that fish was mentioning some bugs, but then we're gonna pivot because what I've noticed with Penguin Springs now is because it's such a big open-ended project. I have 1,000 things I can do. And so I feel like the time has come for Penguin Springs to start becoming a bit more formalized in its shape. At least the planning for it. So we're going to be writing down and mind mapping out the shape of the game, essentially. Because it has become unwieldy. You start working, and you just look at this, you know, not even a blank canvas. It's like it's a canvas that's begging you to do all kinds of things to it, and you're like, where do I start? And then, but do I start there? But then also maybe that's the wrong thing to start on, because then the other part is going to affect this thing I'm doing, and it, you know, spirals out of control. I think anyone who's worked in game development can relate and knows what I'm talking about here. But yeah, I think just gonna start out by seeing how this it was saying that if you go into the clothes store, okay, here's the new saving and loading, apparently. So 4 slots for saving and loading. Okay, interesting. Clear. Yeah, I don't see the issue that he was mentioning. Yeah, he reinstated the arrows, which is nice. I told him there's no way you're getting away with having no arrows. But yeah, let's see. Go to... I don't know, let's play Fish City. But yeah, the way I've structured, basically, the way Penguin Heist came to be was through maybe 5% use of Trello, and then the rest of it was all I just need to... was all just writing down pen and paper, you know, tasks of the day sort of thing. And what ends up happening is you lack the vision to prioritize what's actually important, and you end up, you know, falling down pits of like unnecessary optimization, or you end up working on irrelevant details that no one's going to care about, and the sort of bigger picture gets lost. You end up getting there eventually, but you don't get there as quickly as you might want to. And yeah, I think Penguin Heist is a lot less open-ended than Penguin Springs because you're actually doing missions. I think the least open-ended part in Penguin Springs would be the jobs. But even then, I mean, they're supposed to be like these career things, so they're not that open-ended. Oh, this is not Penguin Springs. This is just a level in Penguin Heist. This is Fish City in Penguin Heist. Just a level. There's a lot of garbage collection. Yeah, it's the GPU. I need to change that. Never played Penguinized. How am I supposed to know? Yeah. Yeah. Disappointment is clear in his voice. Pretty much. Yeah, I think I need to... because we had this old global water script. Maybe if I use... I don't know, but the problem is that global water... Yeah, I think I know what we can do. We can do this. If we find global water, we can yank, and then we make global water advanced, which inherits from global water and just overwrites essentially the entire behavior. And then we can just overwrite essentially everything, I guess. There we go. Penguin stats. Right. If not springs, false. Yeah, and the instance gets ruined. Okay. Hello there again, Detective Penguin, coding master of Master Universe. Yeah, yeah. How's the gaming doing? Gaming is going well. Yeah, I'm a gamer. Um, right. Wait, Fish City. Um, yeah, the update is basically ready now for Penguin Heist. So, fingers crossed that um there's not too much left to do. Depends on the outcome of like um on the outcome of the tests, essentially. Let's see. Yeah, runs much better. Task manager. Yeah, I think this here. Really wish more people can appreciate GameDev. Yeah, well, always nice, I suppose. Bill allocating. Oh, task 30 is false. There we go. This is Unity. Unity. Heist management. Yeah, it's doing this allocation here. Yeah, it is on Steam. Yeah, it's called Penguin Heist. Yeah, I mean, I like the calmer tracks of now and then. Sometimes, you know, sometimes we go a bit wild. Yeah, so I mean, the game is called Penguin Heist. It's on Steam. You can find it, play it right now. Um, just head on over to Steam, look up Penguin Heist, and play it. Or it'll fix the rain. Is it raining? In Minecraft? Damn, can't believe it. I don't know what the minimum requirements are, actually. don't know. Still doing allocations. Most people play it on Samsung Smart Fridge. They do. They do. There we go.
Makerdegger1 said, "So, Goidel, did you have rotten teeth from all that fermented goop you insist on eating? I
Yeah.
bet it sent the dentist into an Icelandic chock."
Yeah. It was crazy. He was so angry with me. He said, "How dare you come in here with these rotten teeth?" What the fuck happened with the jet ski is not very good. Yeah, well, I mean, the gigabytes of RAM needed is not super telling for like how, 4 gigs of RAM. I don't know if the bartenders are prefabs or not, but I think they might be. That bartender kind of weird. Fish City. Where should no, Fish City. Right, interact. Couldn't be a local player. RAM doesn't mean anything. I got 64 gigs. Yeah, RAM is just about how much data you can store in memory. It's not. I mean, that's not necessarily true. I mean, a motherboard decides how mighty of a CPU you can have, how much RAM you can have. But you could have a kick-ass motherboard, but a shitty CPU, and that's going to bottleneck you. But then also, some games don't hog any of your CPU and essentially purely run on the GPU. So, I mean, it's a bit of a give and take, you know? Another bartender somewhere here. Oh, okay. I think there's bartenders in, they're called Pongolentis. Yeah, I mean, I think most people overrate the necessity of the GPU, but many people underrate it as well. I don't think, you know, it depends on what type of games you're playing, and also the way in which they're optimized. So when it comes to like rendering something, you can be smart about it or you can be not so smart about it. The GPU is great at running things in parallel, especially like identical jobs and lots of them. So drawing like grass on the screen is a amazing job for the GPU. You wouldn't want to put that on the CPU, but the CPU is great at like crunching very complex math problems. The GPU sucks at it. It can do very simple math problems and lots of them, but it's not. It's sort of the difference of having like if the CPU is a professor or a scientist, you know, an expert mathematician, then the GPU is like, you know, grade school kids, but like millions of them. And so the question is, what sort of problem are you working with? Do you want to hand it over to the millions of grade school children who are good at solving like simple math problems but can do lots of them, or do you hand it over to the scientist who's like really fast at solving very few super complex math problems? Maybe there's like 8 of them, you know, 8 core CPUs. That's the thing. That's the question. Who would win, 1 billion lions or the sun? I thought there'd be a bartender here. I mean, there is a bartender, but you can't buy drinks from him, so... I don't think there's any other level that has bartenders. Let's see. Honor Rail, Ponga City, Cherry Blossom Island, Bingus, Fish City, Gold Flipper. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Okay. See, are you using only Unity, or do you like use a bunch of different programs and make it? Yeah, you if you're working in a game engine, you wouldn't use just the game engine. I mean, some people do, some definitely do, but the vast majority, over 99% of people will use other software. So you'd use, at minimum, you'd need one software for modeling if you're doing 3D, one piece of software for audio, maybe another piece of software for music. Sometimes those would be one and the same, sometimes not. In my case, I use Audacity for audio, and then I use Logic Pro for music. And then you'd need some piece of software for like image editing or texturing. In my case, I use GIMP, but I know some people use software called Substance Designer. That's for like generating materials and textures. And I think that would be sort of what's necessary. But like the holy trinity in indie game dev is Audacity, Blender, and GIMP, as well as any other free engine. So I guess now it's Godot, but it used to be Unity. But I think most indies these days are starting off in Godot. But yeah, generally I think it's a comfort to not have to leave the engine so often. Like that's a big bonus, but at the same time you have these great tools outside of it that are designed with one thing and one thing in mind, which can also be quite nice. Like, I think I would go crazy if I had to do my modeling in Unity. But let's see. Play the Nile. Well, you shouldn't. I don't think it's a good idea to focus on getting free stuff. I think you should try to make as much as you can yourself, unless you, especially if you're starting out and you're trying to get into game dev, don't go just buying every single asset you find, you know? Be a bit more wary of why and what you're getting. So, like in my case, I got this water asset recently. Because I've tried to make my own water shaders, and they don't turn out to have the sort of quality that I want. But if someone was starting out, I would recommend, hey, try to make your own water shader first, see how it goes. Don't just go straight. Even though I love this new water shader I have, I wouldn't say that should be your first, you know, your first intuition shouldn't just be to buy an asset. Your first intuition should be, can I try to solve this myself? Have I solved something similar before? If no, then hey, maybe give it a try and see how it goes, because then you'll be able to get a more accurate judgment as to what it is you're paying for. Yeah, I mean, these tasks are rendering. Yeah, well, I mean, that no one's good in anything when they start out. And I think that's to me that's a strange mindset, to be like, I'm bad at this thing, so therefore I shouldn't do it. Which is like, if you're bad at it, maybe that's more a reason to do it. Because you have the opportunity to improve. I'm learning Unity with Playmaker because I'm scared of coding, but when I open up Unity, I lose my mind because I don't know where to start. Any advice on how to start and focus? I would say don't start. Like, there's many ways you can do this. My advice is not definitive, but my suggestion is don't start learning programming in Unity. Because when you're working in Unity, there's no way to focus on learning only programming. I don't suggest using necessarily even CodeMonkey. Like, I would say focus on learning a bit of programming just outside of Unity. Just pure coding. How does it work? Learn a bit of C. Understand sort of what is a type, what is a variable, what is a class. I guess in C it's there aren't any classes, but you know, what is a struct? What is the heap? What is the stack? Like, what actually happens when you write code? Because if you just understand those, like, those basic fundamentals, then you have all possibility to grow insanely much once you start actually working in Unity. Because, I mean, Unity coding isn't super complicated necessarily. It's more scripting, right? Scripting is different from coding because it's all about these isolated, generally,
Megadegger once said, "Nah, Goidel bad take. If I'm bad at something at my first try, I stop with it. Everything I'm good at, and it's a lot of things I've been good at from the start."
Yes. Mega speaks the truth. Yeah, well, you don't have to use Visual Studio. You can use any. If you're just coding, you just download a compiler or whatever language you're going to be working in. So, like, if you're doing Java, you'd download the Java SDK or whatever. And it's not any more difficult than that, you know? And then you just start writing little scripts that do very isolated and pointed things, like compute the digits of prime, or the Fibonacci sequence, you know, classic problems like that. And then maybe after that, you could make your own little game engine where you're running like 2D graphics, you know, very simple stuff, make your own physics system. Because by doing that, you're going to be learning so much about what is Unity actually doing. And I feel like if you know the context of where something came from, it's a lot easier to meet it where it is. Like, I know often in like in scientific fields, I feel like there's this focus on like just accepting things that the way they are without like questioning, hey, why is it like this? And I think that focus is because people think that it's like uninteresting. But I've discovered, at least for me personally, when I know the sort of background behind why something is the way it is, it becomes a lot easier for me to understand it. So, like, take Pythagoras, for example, you know, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Like, that's a simple formula. And you tell someone, oh, this is just the way it is. And then you don't tell them why that is. then I think it becomes a lot more difficult to work with. Random question, is coding related to hacking? Yeah, 100%. I mean, but it also depends on what type of hacking. I think most hacking that you see these days are not occurring with, you know, sitting down at a computer hacking. It's actually just social engineering. So you have people like pretending to be employees at companies and getting secret company information that way. Like that's how 99% of hacking goes these days. But you can still, you know, there are a lot of sort of out of memory reads and writes you can do with hacks, and sort of like cross-site scripting and stuff like that. Well, password guessing it requires coding, yeah. Because there you're working with like hashes and lots of optimizations, because we're talking about guessing passwords in the millions, billions often, you know. And that's a code heavy job, and I think that's also something, a fun exercise to write like a password guesser. Just like, you know, generate a random local password and see if you can write a script that can performantly guess the password. It's a fun little exercise. Hashes or caches? Caches? Well, I mean, chases. Caches, yeah. I think caching is a very important concept. I would argue one of the most important concepts of coding, specifically performant coding. I think you always have to think in terms of caching. Yeah, but I mean, what a cache is the concept of not throwing away previous work if it can be reused. That's what caching is, right? So, if you're computing the Fibonacci sequence, right? When you want to compute the... Because this is, you know, very early exercise that you do in any sort of, you know, you have the 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, you know, and so on and so forth. Where essentially what you're doing is the two previous digits summed up lead to the upcoming digit, right? So 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 1 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 3 is 8, so on and so forth. That's the Fibonacci sequence. So if we're caching stuff here, when we're calculating this, let's say we want to compute the next digit in the Fibonacci sequence, what comes after 5, a naive way to do it is like calculating all of this from scratch again. The smarter way to do it was, if we've already calculated this, well, we just cache the last two digits we had and use those. So we can ignore all this. We cache these last two digits. So 5 and 3 are in our cache. 3, 5. And we use the cache, read from the cache, and we get an 8. And now, because we're on 8, we change our cache. So now the cache contains 5 and 8. We throw away these. and we're going to compute the next and the next and the next. So that's like the concept of caching is essentially just the concept of storage of previously computed answers. And with smart caching, you don't have to do a bunch of recomputations. You can anticipate upcoming computations, and you can cut down workloads insanely. So like this screen, for example, when we're talking about caching, we're also talking about like compression, right? What's being sent to Twitch right now, what you're seeing on stream, is mostly static image. And so Twitch can cache, or sort of video compression algorithms can essentially cache the static parts of the screen. So like this part here is essentially cached because it's not moving, whereas this button here that's flashing can't be cached visually. So that's like compression algorithms are also just sort of live streaming compression algorithms are all about sort of caching in a sense as well. So it's caching is everywhere. So you need to think in that way where it's like what work has already been done, what can be saved. Well, you wouldn't replace it by a PNG, but there are ways to look at the change of data, basically in video, and then based on that change, you can compress it. But you can only be aware of that change because you're. But yeah, I mean, it's if you're simplifying it a lot, yeah. If it's not moving, you can replace it with an image. You know, that's the sort of idea. But that's why you notice also in like. If you're watching a YouTube video or whatever, or you're watching any sort of video that's being streamed, if there's a lot of stuff moving on the screen, like confetti, video compression algorithms can't handle confetti because you can't cache anything. And that's a big issue on YouTube. Like here's one, 10 hours of confetti falling. And you can see how blurry this is. This is a 720p video. And the quality is just really bad. Like you pause on any frame and it's super blurry. Because there's nothing to cache. It's all movement, everything. The only thing this video can cache is like the background occasionally, but generally there's just too much stuff falling down. So, yeah. But I think in game development, thinking about caching is even more important because you're having to do so many calculations per frame. Yeah. Any sort of movement prevents caching from occurring in any sort of live streamed video compression algorithm. But the simpler the data, the easier it is to compress. I want to see what exactly is moving here, because there was a lot of physics active. You're watching Cartoon Network. I mean, like if we're looking at like a cache here, um, essentially what I'm doing here is a form of caching, or rather preventing change. So I'm looking at like, when are things changing? So the dirty tasks check here in the code. This is my check saying that, hey, something in the list of tasks has changed. So then we update all the tasks. And this little check here checks whether or not that's true. And every single time I set like a task complete, we can set the tasks are dirty because the task needs to be updated in the text, and then we modify it. As you can see here, we don't need to write this text every single frame. We can cache what's already been written and maintain a little variable that becomes true or false when we have to update the text. Because writing text over and over is an expensive operation, so we don't have to do that all the time. Let's see. Well, it's not genius. I'm gonna say it's a simple concept, but it's something that's key to any sort of performant programming. Is you only have so many CPU cycles that you can use, and you don't want to just, ask your computer to write the same text 1 million times. If the text is not changing, you don't rewrite the text. And that's fundamental. So learning about big O notation is an important thing, I would say. Big O. That's the complexity of an algorithm, but then also doing that in tandem with like caching and ensuring that you only write when differences occur are like the two fundamental things when it comes to performant programming. Because I think, many times it's more relevant when you do computation in a game rather than how you do computation, because most algorithms aren't that complicated. But it's the volume, because 60 frames per second, right? You only have so many milliseconds you can work with per frame. So that's why you need to compute sparingly. Analysis. Physics debugger. Let's see, are these... Yeah, they're triggers. I wonder... that really the... $90 triggers. I mean, I guess they're all overlapping with... Wait, was it culling? Carefully, you want to make a lot of things, then you start with them all, just finish none. I used to, but generally now I see things through. Still physics. I guess it's all the... I mean, I think there's no problem in being hard to say. No problem being creative, but I think that you start running into issues when you don't see things through. Because if you keep adding and adding and adding, and you're like, oh, this thing isn't interesting to me anymore because now I actually have to work on it. So I'm gonna work on this other thing that I just came up with. That's when you start running into problems. You have to be focused and actually, you know, creativity is only worth as much as the work you're willing to put in to see through whatever creative thing you came up with. You're not very creative if your ideas just remain ideas, basically. Gotta be these ones. Although the trapdoors are also... Oh, respawn triggers seem to be player only. Interesting. Have you ever made a 2D game and you think it's good for beginning to start with a 2D project first? I think you should start 2D, yeah, but make your own engine. That's my suggestion. Don't make a 2D game in Unity. Make a 2D game and make your own engine from scratch. It isn't that difficult. You would think it would be insanely difficult, but it isn't that difficult actually. You know, if you can find some simple, you know, shape drawing library in any programming language, whether that's C# or Java or whatever, and you're able to like draw shapes on the screen, like draw circles, draw squares, rectangles, then you can use that to make all kinds of cool stuff. Isn't that difficult? From a developer who's made games since 1990s. Yeah. No, but I mean, I did it early when I was just starting out. I made it. It's not, if you have, basically, I mean, what you need, if we open up Notepad here, if you're trying to make like a simple 2D game engine, oops, opening ChatGPT. If you're making a simple 2D game engine, you would essentially need draw shapes, rectangle, circle, 2 shape collisions, rectangle, circle, and the algorithms for doing shape collisions for rectangles and circles are freely available online, so you can look that up. Calculate collisions between rectangles and circles. Circles is trivial because you're just looking at the radius of the circle. Rectangles is a bit trickier, but not too tricky. So the moment you have these collisions and you can draw shapes, then you can implement a physics system, right? These three co-interact, so now you can draw shapes, you can compute collisions between them, and you have a physics system, which is like gravity, impulses, velocity. And then you can do whatever you want with that. You've made a game engine, right? If you want to, you can now at this point, you can add like buttons, / keyboard input read. So now you can have the player controlling things, and then you would have a maybe load MP3 files. And what else? I mean, you just need gameplay. But if you have these things, you can do this in pretty much any programming language you want. And it's not too difficult. If you're just starting out, it's going to be difficult, but it's a challenge that's worth embracing, because it's not gonna kill you. Okay, I need to get in a call with that fish, so I'm gonna just pause my stream here a little bit. I don't know, I'll just leave it running like this. I'm just gonna mute myself, I guess. I'm on a call with that fish, so just give me a second. All right. Just got off the call with that fish. Um. mm, mm, mm. Well, I mean, you should publish it on itch.io at least. Um. But yeah, basically, I wanted to talk to that fish about organizing. Um. I'm gonna be using this Miro thing. Um. The concept is that we're gonna be using this mind map setup. I think I want to touch on it today. The dentist. He was friendly. He said, you remind me of a fella I once knew. His name was Akataka. And I said, by golly, you're not a dentist. You're a 2,000-year-old demon sent to punish me for the crimes of a man I didn't even know. And that's how that went. True story, by the way. True story. Interesting. Why are the respawn triggers so... Oh, they're ignore raycast. You have like 40 scripts? 40 scripts? I have way more, dude. Endless. I forgive you, OF Danims. The curse of Akataka will claim you. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know if I can see in a specific directory. Um, Cheap viewers on stream, boo. Oh yeah. I love cheap viewers on stream, boo. Yeah, speaking of money, when will I get mine, Guadeloupe? Yeah, we just need to, when we hit the 1,000 viewer mark, then I'll be giving out one free dollar to a random selected viewer. So make sure to stay hyped for that, guys. One random viewer, one random lucky viewer will get $1. Um, Oh, heck yeah, $1. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Uh, Increase your shadow pool and light probes memory allocation. Are you even using light probes? You're probably not even using light probes. But zero? In Blender? You mean like affect your render as in like the quality of it? Then I mean, unless you know what you're doing, zero. Yeah. Render time probably zero. I don't do renders, but my guess would be zero. Hey, sweet. Yeah, we'll just I think that should be, because we're allocating the string. Okay. Um, I mean, rendering is basically when you want to output. So I mean, it's like what game engines do is they render real time, but the lighting quality of those renders are not going to be as good as like a Blender render. But that's where you have to do all these optimization tricks in games, because you have to render it 60 frames per second, you know? Whereas in Blender, unless you're making, you know, a video animation, you're probably just rendering 1 frame. So like this is technically a render. What you're looking at here is a render because it's being rendered real time. But in Blender, when it comes to a render, you're looking at the final high quality output of whatever it is you've been working, whether it's an animation or a still. It's very GPU heavy to do renders. Very GPU heavy. You can get up to those times for a render for sure, but I mean, if you're, I think at that point you should probably reconsider what it is you're rendering if you're having to wait a full week, you know? But like if we're looking at a full, like we look at how long to render Toy Story 1. yeah, every frame in Toy Story 1 took 45 minutes up to 30 hours each frame. But modern computers can render a single frame of Toy Story in 6 seconds. But an estimated 800,000 machine hours to create. But there's 114,000 frames in the movie. And every frame took 45 to 30 hours to render. So, rendering takes time. Rendering takes a long time. But like I said, 6 seconds for a modern computer. So if we're talking here, you know, 6 times this, 6 times and then seconds to hours, we're talking 190 hours. 190 hours to days. So just over a week. Just over a week to render all of Toy Story 1 on a modern day computer. But that's a single computer. If we're talking about like render, you know, modern day rendering, you'd have render farms. So you'd ship it off to some sort of distributed compute system, and you'd have multiple computers running in parallel. So maybe you'd have 8 computers doing the render, and you'd have it done in a day instead of 8 days. Because the rendering, you know, you can split up the renders into separate parts, render separate scenes on separate computers. So yeah, you have one computer. Yeah, but this is from the perspective of a business. Yeah, rendering is a very time-consuming thing, but that's why there's a lot of appeal. There's a lot of appeal when it comes to using stuff like Unreal 5 for what they're called real-time renders. So instead of having the renders happening, you know, like when we're talking about the technology used to render something like a movie in Blender or in any other like Maya or something, that technology and the sort of pipeline to render frames like that is very different than the pipeline used to render like video game frames. So that's why you can use something like Unreal with Nanite and what's it called, like the global illumination technology they have, and ray tracing to render essentially, you know, full render quality frames, but in real time. So like a 1 hour long movie would render in 1 hour. You wouldn't have to wait, you know, however many seconds per frame, like 6 seconds per frame. So that's why like something like Unreal Engine and the graphical stuff they're doing there can be very interesting because it's all real time. But I don't know if there are any commercial movies made like that, but I think I know it's a technology that's interesting for people who are doing renders. I know there are filmmakers who will use Unreal to shoot virtual cameras. So they will actually, you know, use essentially motion tracking inside of Unreal to simulate an actual movie camera to record lifelike CG scenes. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, this seems to be good. But I mean, the reason is that when it comes to photorealism and like high quality renders and the speed at which those renders can occur, Unreal just blows Unity out the water. But when it comes to being a game developer, then it's different. But if we're talking strictly renders, right? Not game development, but renders, it's a bit different. Movies made in Unreal Engine. Yeah, the movies made using Unreal Engine include the Disney Plus series The Mandalorian, the film Dune Part 2 for virtual scouting, and various episodes of Netflix's Love, Death, and Robots. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 used Unreal Engine 5 for its real-time rendering of intricate visual effects. Mandalorian used it for virtual production techniques, including large LED screens to create immersive real-time environments. Right, that's the thing, because they were shooting the Mandalorian Unreal Engine. The way they set it up was that the camera is real. They set up these sets, but then the skybox around them is like this big screen that changes depending on like how the camera looks. You can get like actual almost lifelike simulations of these areas. So you have big productions using Unreal Engine to simulate being in these virtual spaces, and it can look lifelike. It's quite amazing from that perspective. Yeah, I mean it's for reference. It's for reference, but you're still it's about creating an immersive environment, right? And I think from that perspective, it's very cool. But yeah, this Guardians of the Galaxy 2 actually used it for real-time rendering. So they actually rendered visual effects. Guardians of the Galaxy Unreal. Yeah, exactly. It's getting the right angles. But you need it to look like decent enough. But I know that like I'm guessing maybe this shot was made in Unreal 5 then or something. Guardians of the Galaxy would be the last title from Eidos Montreal to utilize the in-house Dawn engine as the company switched to Unreal Engine 5 for future projects. But that's not the game, is it? It is the game. That's Unreal Engine 5. I want to see what the movie did. Yeah. Yeah, they probably do. Yeah, no, it's cool though. But you can have, the thing is with the like these rendered screens, you can have them be simulate stuff real time, which is kind of cool. But I know it's interesting though with Pixar. Pixar actually does a lot of their rendering on CPUs, not GPUs. Which is quite unusual. But exactly, yeah, because I mean it lets the actors not have to imagine where they are. You can use like environments from previous renders, or you can use environments from the renders to actually have like the semi-final result ready on set. So it's, you know, it becomes fully immersive. You actually know where you are. Because I imagine being an actor and performing in front of green screens can be quite depressing. But let's organize this. I don't know. Yeah, there's shapes. I think there's some particular things that just worked better with that worked just better with CPU, apparently. Pixar CPU rendering. Can anyone comment on why Pixar uses standard CPU for processing instead of custom hardware on GPU? I'm wondering why they haven't invested, because the expense is not really worth it. Even GPU rendering, while around 3-4 times faster than CPU rendering, is memory constrained. That was the thing. The issue was that the complexity of their scenes was too much, so they couldn't fit them into the VRAM, which is the big constraint of their CPU. So they essentially, the issue was that the scenes they're trying to render on the GPU would be too big, so they'd be going in and out of memory, and then caching wouldn't work, like we were talking about earlier, because you're running into cache misses with the data, and you have to go in and out of memory all the time. But also, I think they're utilizing old, you know, they're running on custom hardware or custom software that's like legacy stuff, in-house technology they've been using forever. So for them, it wouldn't make sense to, you know, throw that all away for something new and try to work on GPU. But I think they're probably working on moving over to GPUs because, I mean, the potential is there. You just need to figure out how to render these huge scenes. But yeah, let's organize things here. So yeah, I'm trying to organize my project a bit. So this is the fixed zone. there a rotation here? I don't think there is. What else would we need? The priority lists, I guess. Hmm. See, is there another? Hello, Disturchi. I'm just organizing my project a bit here. I'm using Miro to try to set up. See, how do I draw again? Oh, I'm getting a phone call. 1 second. All right. Let's do this. um. Okay, sweet. So the Pondering, some Penguin Springs. We have jobs. Um, systems. um, job systems. Crime. So jobs. Warning, permanent ban will issue if live does not end within 30 seconds. Ah, shit, guys. We're gonna get a permanent ban. That's crazy. Suggestions for jobs? Yeah, I think so. I think taxi driver. See, this is what I don't know. How you would... Is there a way to have, like... Taxi driver? Because you have this. You have, like, a note. I think we can do, like, a little template thing. So we can set this to be like that. Center. Center. um... Loop. Pick up and drop off passengers. Progression. Delivery driver is also pick up and drop off goods, progression, start in back storage, unlock car later. Fisher. Collect fish and sell at fish market. Progression will be use fishing rod, get fishing cards for new lakes, and then purchase boat for ocean. What else would we have? We have the delivery driver, fisher. You said fast food worker, right? Fast food. Get orders, make orders, deliver orders. What would be the progression for like fast food worker? Would you just always be in the same spot, or would you unlock like new orders you can do, or like what's the deal, and how do we integrate that into like multiplayer? We can put a pin in that. Maybe only in kitchen. Put a little pin in that. This little pin, yeah, but the thing is, unlocking new orders, sounds good, but then also like if you're playing multiplayer, do you know, if you're two people working in the fast food place, but what would you do as a manager? I'll put a pin in that, so if anyone has like something concrete to say, we can get back to it. What else? I think I had some jobs written down, so I'm just transferring what I've already written down. So I think delivery pilot was also one. So that's helicopter, small plane, large plane. Pilot, loop, pick up and drop off passengers and or goods. Progression, helicopter, airplane, new areas to fly to. Garbage Gwyn. I don't know if I... Does Garbage Gwyn make sense? I don't know. It's like how much... Because realistically, there's a bunch of garbage bins all over the city. But I had these, like, this grouping here of, like, resource, which is Fisher Gwyn. Coal miners. Farmer. I think coal miner is kind of fun. Miner, maybe. And you can get, like, new pickaxes, maybe. Find ores, bring back to camp. New pickaxes lead to new ores. New equipment I don't know, maybe that's it. New pickaxes leads new wars. But where would you pick up the garbage? Like, what garbage would you pick up and how would you pick it up? Like, imagine that, you know, you have trash cans or whatever. Do you just look for the trash cans? Because, I mean, in real life, you'd have a route assigned to you that you go and then you stop every, you know, so often, every other house, pick up the garbage bin and dump it into the truck. But it's like, it doesn't make sense in the context of Penguin Springs, I don't think. I think this one was also interesting. Grocery store, stock shelves, cash register. Stock shelves. Check out customers. Start as a shelf stocker, graduate to. It would be like the taxi driver. Some bins are to be empty, so you drive around looking for them. They can show up on the mini map. Yeah, would that be how you do it? You would show. I mean, you could plan your own route. If you get like, these are the bins we need to empty, but it's like, it doesn't feel super immersive because it's like, what sort of garbage service operates like that where, you know, they don't empty all the bins. They're like, we're only emptying these specific bins. Does it feel immersive enough? Because I want the jobs to feel like, oh yeah, these belong here, these make sense, and not feel like this is entirely gamified. Like, if the job doesn't feel immersive, I'm thinking maybe I should just skip it. They all do. Different areas empty at different times. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's an area. So it's like, you go to this area to empty one specific garbage bin. You go to this other area to empty one specific garbage bin. Because in real life, you'd have so many bins. But like, you know, a fun challenge could be, if we're thinking about this job, if we're taking it, you know, if this is the map of the island, you'd have like, you know, here's a bin, 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 here's a bin. And now you have this problem of like, oh, how do I optimize this route the best when the roads are like this or whatever? You're like, maybe I start here, go back here, go there, there. And then you optimize like that. So that could be a challenge in of itself. What would be the progression though? I mean, if you're doing that, what would be the progression? 'Cause that feels like a, you know, it's like, it's also, what does it warrant existing if it's placed the same as all the other jobs, you know? Like the pilot plays very different from the taxi driver, but they're both the same job, right? Which is picking up and dropping off passengers. The delivery driver has the little quirk of the fact that you're picking up and dropping off goods. Well, that most, I think, from my perspective, it feels like I'm cheating someone if I add a job and there's no element of progression, because then I'm like, I might as well have spent that time working on another job that's deeper. I feel like there should be value in pursuing a career, because the game's supposed to reward you for sticking with a job, which is part of the whole like life simulation, where in real life, you get the benefit for sticking with a job, but you also have this progression, right? Because you get promotions, you move around internally within the company or whatever. So that's why this progression from like not being in a vehicle to moving to a vehicle is like an interesting progression. Or like in fast food, maybe that, you know, that makes sense to be like a simple job. Maybe that can be repetitive, but as a miner, if you can't mine all the ores because you're not experienced enough yet, and then you get like new pickaxes and stuff, that's like an interesting progression because it unlocks new areas of the mines or whatever. And as a fisherman, what if garbage truck driver is separate from the guy emptying the bin? Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, how would you even code for that? And then it's like, I don't know. I'll put a pin in this too. I'll put a pin in this. Well, I guess, okay, the reason it could be different from the taxi driver is that you're optimizing for routes, right? Because you get all these garbage bins around town and you optimize for time. You're like, I don't want to, you know. Whereas as a taxi driver, you have one target. Here you can have multiple, but we can put a little pin in that as well. Right, and then we had the musician. And the musician is write music, record music, sell music, perform music. No progression, only fame is the progression. Or fame unlocks new places to perform at. And then we have the athlete, which would be train for competitions, win prizes. How are you gonna code fame in a multiplayer game? the fame thing is basically just a variable that goes from 0 to 1 depending on your fame level. Because I mean it's a multiplayer game, but it's also a simulation, right? And the fame doesn't play into the multiplayer aspect; it plays into the simulation aspect. But basically, you earn fame by releasing music that performs well, and that here we can do extra thing here. Note. Released music is simulated. Simulates sales figures over time. A la GameDev Tycoon. Physique and rank is the progression. Gym penguin, like a PT penguin trainer. Um, what is this? Can I not delete this? I guess not. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's weight gain in so you can gain weight based on calorie intake. Is there a way to like increase the thickness? Hello, Baba boy. Yeah, I don't know about farmer. I think we're done there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so if you have any other, oops. It does bring a lot of possibilities. But yeah, if you have any other job ideas, just holler and hoot. And don't just say the job. Say like, you know, this is what you'd actually do in the job, and you know, maybe how it plays into the multiplayer aspect. But here, I think, with the criminal jobs, crime, hitman, get target, find target, kill target, progression, higher level targets, more specific death methods. Drug seller, produce legal substance, find buyer, sell. And the progression is newer. And then you'd have robber. Get it? There are separate housing, yeah. So we have housing. The progression would be loop would be find thing, steal, rob, fence, stolen items. New gear, lockpicks. Okay. I think here, the systems, we have the what's it called again? Calendar. 7.
Megadega1 said, okay, so listen up, you rotten fish. Here's a real
Okay.
job for you. Mechanic Penguin. People have cars and those cars are going to break. You will be able to fix them. Progression. You get better at repairs and will earn more. You will also be able to get cars cheaper, since a good mechanic knows how to strike a deal.
You know, let's add that in. Just mechanic. Find the right tool, use the right tool, get paid. Progression. New tools. Uh, 7-day week. Do jobs for sketchy customers. Should 1 week be you know, should 1 week be treated as 1 month? Should you be like pay rent every week? Or every 2 weeks? For like a rental apartment, it's like every Sunday you have to pay rent. Or something, I don't know. Rent. I think we'll do this instead. We'll use these notes to set up calendar, and then we can use arrows. Rent every 2 weeks. Seven-day cycle. Uh, and then the calendar would also ties into world events, concerts, festivals, and store openings. And then you'd have work 5 out of 7 days in a bonus. Emphasizes sticking the job. So that's the calendar system, I guess, in a nutshell. I don't know if there's any like deeper level to the calendar system that we want to explore. To me, I think the most important part about the calendar system is that, yeah, it ties into world events. So like if there's shows, if there's anything like that, if there's like a criminal punishment, criminal punishment tied to calendar days. I don't know, like maybe. I don't know. It's a thought. It's a thought. Maybe we can tie it to. What other like keystone system do we have? So we have the calendar as part of the important simulation. I would say the traffic is very important. And my ponderings, because again, we keep in mind where we are. We are in the ponderings of Penguin Springs. To me, it matters. I want to have traffic lights fully simulated even when cold, fully simulated even when cold. So you should be able to see a car drive away and it should be coming back. That's like a goal, but I don't know how realistic that is. Traffic lights, crosswalk, NPCs, yeah, and that's also something. Civilian, or I guess we can have NPCs, because really I think with NPCs you have like you have essentially 3 types, I guess. Because in my mind there are essentially police NPCs, civilian, which behave sort of normally, and then I'm imagining there could be hostile NPCs. So like pretend there's gang members. So you could have like some area that is sort of off limits, and you walk in there with your penguin and then just open fire, you know? So I think penguin slide. How so? Are there like default arrows I can set? You mean I shouldn't have the belly sliding? I might nerf it, make it more tied to the physique that you have. So it can't just be spammed in the same way it can in Penguin Heist. Roaming by foot and car. Chase players who commit crime who are detected committing crimes. Roam the city by foot and car. That's the thing. So hostile generally present inside a single base area. A few such bases exist in e.g. abandoned fish factories or similar. So that's the idea. I think with hostile, if they generally are present within like a single area. So imagine there's like an abandoned fish factory by the docks or something. You go in there and there's a bunch of hostile penguins in there and you can kill them. You can go in there and shoot them up and then you can get some stuff from them like money or whatever. But they respawn eventually. Or like, you know, they can be spawning in dynamic because sometimes maybe the factory is empty. Sometimes it has enemies there. You can go in there and have like a little shootout if you want. Penguinized style. Full schedule simulation. Have a designated home. And sometimes vehicle. Because I want NPCs to be smart, and if they have like a, you know, simulation. So I'm thinking with like NPCs, like civilian NPCs, if I can have them actually simulate their routines in such a way that they're like, oh, this distance is far away, I should use the car, that would be awesome. And if they can actually like park their vehicle, you know. But I just don't know how advanced I can make the driving AI. Like, what are my actual capabilities? Because it is a very custom system I'm using. But I think that would be awesome to be able to follow an NPC and they have like a set of tasks they want to achieve in their routine. Like, you know, they have a designated home. They leave that home. They hop in the car. They drive to the pizzeria or whatever. They order a pizza. You can see them physically get the pizza. They sit down at a table. They eat the pizza. And then, you know, they leave, get back in their car. They drive back home. Or they continue on to the next. But you could, like, program these sequences of events. So, like, Get a pizza could be one, or go to the club and dance, or go to the beach and sunbathe. So you'd have like these custom animations or sequences that they would transport themselves to. So you need to figure out like events occur at positions, and NPCs figure out best way to reach their position. Car or walking. Scheduled. Can be killed with no repercussions. Generally protect some valuable item. I think from the perspective of a good Samaritan, even the hostiles, you wouldn't want to just go into their base and just shoot indiscriminately, because I think I would work in some sort of karmic system where if you're not a bad guy, there's no benefit for you to like go and kill indiscriminately. Yeah. But also have inventory, might have weapons they can use if provoked. So like even a civilian, you know, if you like, I don't know, hit them with your car and don't kill them, they might want to pull out a gun and start shooting at you. So they can have like a secret inventory. So they have like, you know, this idea of life preservation whereas like a penguin that doesn't have a weapon would try to run away, or maybe try to like fist fight you or something. But yeah, I think this captures at least sort of where my mind is at right now with Penguin Springs. I think housing would be another system that is a pillar. So you would have essentially, see here, we can change this. Oops. Housing, which is ownership and rentals, I guess. Rentals. But then you'd have essentially, oops. rentals, but then you also have let's think. Yeah, rentals, furniture, storage is global across all houses. And that follows that layouts get saved per housing type. And then you'd have the fact that furniture storage is global across all houses. Layout saved per housing type. Housing types are purchased, rented. No specific house is ever owned. Let's add some emojis for good measure. I don't know if there's any NPC. That's awesome. They're just built in. Dude, I love this. Oh, this is gonna be beautiful, guys. NPCs. Okay. Are there any other systems I'm missing? It's sort of like this NPCs, the traffic, parking and exiting vehicles. Traffic calendar, NPCs, housing. And I think that's like for broad overarching systems of what makes up this life simulation. I guess needs. So here we'd have a hamburger or something. And a pizza. Needs and stats. So, hunger can lead to starvation or hunger. And then maybe exercise or something. I mean, I think as far as like what stats represent, you'd have essentially move to front and then lock it. Needs and stats represent essentially hunger and exercise. I think. I don't know what other needs you would have. Would you have like mental health? You fall into a mental health crisis because you killed too many innocent penguins. And now your penguin has a need for therapy. Mm. Wait. Just a second. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Well, hunger leads to starvation and lead to starvation if not treated, which results in weight and muscle loss. Exercise to reduce body weight. I guess reduce body weight, gain muscle, and also improve cardio. Okay, so you work your job, you do that, you earn the money, you buy some food, you save up because you want to buy the new house, you also buy some items at the store, like maybe I'm thinking like being a civilian cannot be allowed to be too boring. So there have to be like activities, mini games. And some of those mini games would be stuff like, I don't know, maybe you have like tennis or something, I don't know. And you can play that against like AI or against real players. Parties would be kind of based. Imagine you have like you host a party and actual like AI show up do a party. Crazy random ideas. Wait, let's see here. We can copy this, move it around here. Crazy random ideas. Because then we can have host party at home. AI can show up. I mean, if I'm able to make it, I don't know. The problem might be that it cannot. If you like friggin' design your house to be a death trap, the AI shows up and they just all die. Like, that would be kind of problematic. But real-time bands play real-time shows. Or AI bands play real-time shows. Bookings show up with party in public park with alcohol. Party. What's another crazy random idea? Is there anything I've mentioned that I like, oh yeah, that would be sick? Is there anything I've mentioned that anyone here has thought like, that's too crazy? You can't possibly do that. I don't think I have. It's the AI bands. That's like my big crazy idea that I've wanted to do. I think one thing would be real-time vacations. Vacations is to instanced islands. Like you can travel to an instant resort. There we go. That's beautiful. Good morning and happy coding. I've been working early morning shifts last week, so I couldn't see the stream. Oh, that's right. We're setting up a project here. I'm using Miro to organize my thoughts. Travel by plane. Oh, right. Yeah, that's something. Travel by plane, public transportation. Bus, train, plane. But yeah, I mean, essentially, if an idea sits here for too long, it's gonna have to go to like the place where ideas die. Oh yeah, see you later, Raymond. I'm trying to just be crazy. Be crazy. Let's just look at Penguin Springs and think. I would say like tennis, surfing is kind of crazy. But like, what's like scuba diving, I think could be a cool random idea. Coral reef. I think I want to add like world design ideas. So I think I'll plop that in. And we'll call it world design. And we can have like nature. I have some ideas. And then buildings. Because if we're doing this sort of like, you know, Hawaii meets Miami meets LA, then we can have like this sort of volcano, you know, volcanic action. So we can have like volcano, we could have a hot springs, and of course like this coral reefs, rivers. Now that I spend all day walking, I wish my dogs wouldn't try to sleep on my legs. Yeah. Shitty dogs. Always breaking legs. Why won't they know? What's another like cool natural phenomena that you could have? Because this is the stuff that I would send to that fish and say, hey, forest? Yeah, I think I need to get coffee as well. Trending clothes. What's the idea with trending clothes? As in they actually have like fashion? That fashion is tied to the calendar. Like, oh wow, everyone's wearing a top hat these days. Coral reefs. Just like real life. I think buildings. I want gas station. A proper gas station. I want grocery store. What else is there? The proper town hall. Police station, fire station, hospital. Police station. Fire station. Hospital. What other like significant building? Cinema. Oh, and that's also something. Stream, YouTube video streaming, cinema. Okay. What would we have? Yeah, I think it's probably pretty good. I don't know if I think of something. Bus stops. I don't know. I'm just writing this down because that fish can go in here and he can take this out, take these notes. Because you know, if he's like, oh yeah, this makes sense. I'm gonna take the cinema and the hospital and the whatever building. He can just take those out. Maybe a mall could be cool. Mall. Little shopping center. A mechanic. Mechanic building, I guess. Yeah, repair shop or something. Proper repair shop for cars. And dealership. You might want to make a new one of those, but it just looks okay. Gym, a gym. Neuters. Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, Penguin World is up and running 24/7. Featuring neuters. I'm gonna go to neuters right now because I need to check this out. It's very important. Can anyone join this, by the way, to see if this works? This is awesome. This is just like my private and high school days. Bartender, pour me a drink. Where is everyone? Only Grandpa can play this. Yeah, because it's too explicit. That's also me, Esther. See the skybox? That's the skybox from the player camera, so it's like stuck. I need to upload a new version that doesn't have that. And also one that deletes old players. Yup. 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 Oh, someone joined. Where are you? I don't see you. Oh, there you are. Sweet. It works. But I don't know if I can make arrows. I don't know if I fixed that. I'm gonna try. I need to mine first. Shit, it's not working. Wait. You can do this. If you mine and then back away, it works. So mine and back away before it hits. Then you can actually mine. You have to back away before the thing happens, because otherwise it just auto fails. Like mine, back away, and then hit. I need to fix that. It's a bug. Shit. Got him. Wait, who else? Who else is there? Who goes there? That's Alice? Wait, who's the other one? Was there someone behind me? Oh, Ridardieguis. There he is. The caves. Home. Okay, sweet. Yeah, this is very scuffed, but at least your save file should be in good hands, I think. Yup. But they should be a lot less laggy now, I think. You just mine and back up. It is a skill issue, Mega. Oh, I made arrows. I picked them up. Shit, the arrows are broken, guys. The arrows are broken. I'll have to fix this after stream. Just the game in general. What the shart? How dare you, Mega? How dare you? Meet me at Neuters. I'll see you at Neuters. Oh my god, the peeing. Yeah, I need to sync the animations because they don't actually work, but you can pee. Peeing works, it just doesn't do the animation stuff. Cat ears. No, you can pee, you can. It shows. The pee shows. It just, you don't do the animation. You see? But I still need to, still need to fix a bunch of things, as you can tell. But it's working. I can have it running 24/7, and that's what matters to me, at least. So people can't accuse me of Penguin World is not up. Did you know? And I say, what do you mean? Yeah, but it seems like Ranger right now is broken, absolutely broken. So that sucks. And also I can see people's skybox. But it's good to be home. Am I right? Who's with me? Nice skybox you got there. Yep. Yeah, well, I'm going to disconnect and my character is going to stay here forever now. There are many testers. But yeah, thanks for trying it out, guys. It shouldn't be too much work to fix the rest. Should be pretty okay. Yeah. It's I put a lot of work into my skybox. Okay, I think that's pretty good. These are, as far as I'm aware, in my own mind, these are the ponderings I have at this moment. If anyone else has a pondering related to Penguin Springs, give me a holler and a hoot, and maybe I'll add it here. Maybe your idea gets added to the crazy random ideas pile. Like vacations to instant resorts. It's something I wouldn't consider, but now I have. Now it's in the pile of crazy random ideas that may or may not happen. But we should sticky note some things here. Holy shit, that's small. Fix soon. We can lock these, by the way. NPCs entering houses. Parking cars. I think police chase should probably be. Police chase. Do now. Do soon. Do much later. Because it's not just fixes, it's additions as well. I think police chase I want to do as soon as possible. No, I want to do it later, but cars swerving. I think what I also need to fix is or soon optimize ocean dynamics. And then later, I think, or actually soon, maybe, reduce allocations AI manager. Are there any things I have written down? Career promotions, career streak bonus. I think that's also career promotions, VFX, V/SFX. We have in-game radio. In-game radio. Yeah, I think that's something I want to do soon. In-game radio in cars. The calendar system, I think, should be in the do soon. Calendar system. We can take that out. The career streak bonus could also be career streak bonus could probably be in the do soon tier. Do much later, NPC location specific activities. Weather effects, that's probably also environmental, so I'll put that over here. So I'll put that weather effects. That's for that fish to look at. See, that's the good thing about this. If I'm like, oh yeah, that doesn't concern me, I wouldn't even have written that down. But now I'm like, that would probably suit that fish. So I just add that to his pile of things. And he can take a look at this when he has the time. This is the new era for me, where I don't say, oh, that doesn't concern me. Now I'll say, that doesn't concern me, and I'll make a post-it note for it. And I'll put it in that fish's pile. I think weapon ammo re-architecture. And here I want to add like a little note inside the note, which is going to give some context for this. Store ammo instructs inside weapon classes. Non-destructively. Maintain. So here's the thing. We need to basically the thing is that each weapon in an inventory store, or I guess we can do this, store ammo metadata on weapons. So we could have like an external data class that we can transfer between like dropped weapons and picked up weapons and weapons in inventory. So we can just store that data about ammo. Do they have a bullet emoji? No. Gun. Group them up. Because yeah, basically we for what happens in Penguin Springs right now is that it uses like this initialization data that is just specific to every weapon based on like properties. But if we store an external data structure, we can just slap that onto the weapon, and that ammo information carries on wherever it goes. I think that makes more sense to me. Okay, and then what else do we have to concern ourselves with? Actual like ownership, rental system. I guess the house ownership system works. It points you to a house, but it doesn't feel like you own it. I guess real estate UI combined real estate UI in bag. So like when you open up the bag, you'll have like a little house icon where you can see like currently owned real estate, what like rental contract you have, what when your rent is due, how much it is. I think that makes sense. What other things do we need to tackle? I guess the roaming police. Roaming police NPCs on foot. I wouldn't mind doing that soon. This is also a nice feature. You can do this. Wait, sorry. Just put these so they're not sliding into. But you can mark like that, and then you can click this one, I think, which automatically groups them up into like a cluster. I don't know what this does. The magic. Game performance. Oh shit, it used like AI to group them up. That's kind of cool. What's this? Emotions? What do emotions do? Positive, neutral, negative. Oh. What kind of effects are these? Okay, let's see. Item previews cache. I think I would put that pretty high up. Generate item previews cache. So we'll put that in the do now. Or actually, we'll put that in the do soon. It's not necessarily super important. We'll look into that. I think the rental system should be due soon. But we are starting to fill up our tasks. Turret search delay, right? That's not super important. Turret search delay. What else? What else? What else? Looking at this. I guess the gym exercises and physique connectivity. And we add in a gym weight. Beautiful. Group them. So that would be like a treadmill, lifting, and maybe, I don't know, jump rope or something. You can just make them like timed exercises. Unify. This is something. Unify mini game systems. So that's something that I've been meaning to do for a long time, which is basically like when you enter the billiards or you enter the dancing or you enter fishing, all of that is being done by like turning on and off your renderer. And the way that it's synchronized is not the best. Vehicles on this player, remove player on vehicle disconnect. I think that should be due soon, or honestly a due now. But vehicle physique rendering is quite important. AI plus layer. Gun license. Gun license class. That's important. Boats. 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 Sitting in chairs. Sitting in chairs. For triggering custom animations. Sitting. E.g. Sitting in chair. And we can have that be with a chair emoji, just to make it very obvious that we're talking about. What else? What else? What else? What else? I mean, what should happen when you die? You should be sent to the hospital, which I don't know if we have the hospital here. We have the hospital, yeah, so... wake up in hospital after death. ATMs, that could be. We have cars, car ownership. Maybe there should be like garage. I don't know, car garage. We can put that in the maybe. I don't know exactly how we'd even formulate that. I don't know how you'd even formulate car ownership. Like if you own a property, this is a parking spot, obviously, and in the parking spot, maybe you can like spawn in a vehicle, but how do vehicles get managed? Like if you live in an apartment, how, like GTA, how do they do it? There you have a garage or something where you can access all your bought cars and whatever. Car fuel. Car fuel system. Life support. Okay. Well, it's a pretty good. Pretty good selection. We have all these cars. Yeah. I guess buying groceries is also... Whoa. Buying groceries. House weapon storage. Hey, welcome back, OF Denims. I don't like this river sound. Oh. Oh wait, this is Skyrim Vanilla comparison video. Lol. Okay. But yeah, this is the new setup here, OF Denims. So we have these are in progress, like notes and systems and bugs and whatever. These are my ponderings of Penguin Springs, which consists of like systems that I'm thinking about, where you have the NPCs, police, civilian, hostile, housing, the calendar system, the needs in the stat system, hunger, exercise, traffic, the jobs that I'm considering having, the crime systems, and then some crazy random ideas that we may or may not add. Then we have this sort of the do now, do soon, do much later, and on life support, which is like, I don't know when I'm gonna get to this stuff. At least within the context of what's already on here. Unsure of time. Just for clarity. But yeah, that's sort of where we're at right now. So if you have any crazy random ideas for Penguin Springs, if you have anything that you're like, oh yeah, this, yeah, you do need to code every little interaction, but it's not the thing is when you're coding, you can be smart about it. So you can there's a philosophy in code which, taken to its extreme, is not necessarily beneficial, but it's called DRY, and it's an abbreviation, DRY, which means to it means DRY, don't repeat yourself. DRY. And the idea there is only write as much code as is necessary and then reuse as much of what you've already written. It's a little bit of a silly concept because some people do take this as the gospel and end up writing very messy, overly architectured code. And I think people assume that because they architect their code that it's going to be good code, but that's not true. You can have a very over-architectured code that is trash. So, but like, imagine we have the taxi job, which I've made. The taxi driver, pick up and drop off passengers. Now, if we apply the DRY philosophy to this, don't repeat yourself, are there other jobs where that is true, and we look around and we see pilot, pick up and drop off passengers? Aha, what's the key difference? Well, the key difference is the vehicle, but what you're doing is the same. So applying a don't repeat yourself philosophy, we can reuse the code from the taxi driver job and apply that to the pilot job. We just change the context of it. So that's sort of what you have to do. And that's, you know, when people come with like a job suggestion, my mind doesn't go to, it doesn't always go to, is the job going to be fun? Is it going to be interesting? Generally, it instantly goes to, can I even add this into the game? Like, it doesn't matter how good a job is if I can't add it in a reasonable fashion. But yeah, so appreciate it, Collab Studio. But yeah, if anyone has any crazy random ideas that you think would fit in Penguin Springs, or if you think there's some sort of blind spot I have with regards to this, just let me know, because I have this space now to stay organized, which I didn't previously had. Like, I've just been, you know, winging it essentially. And I'm surprised I have, because I've been wanting something like this for a long time. I just haven't found a tool that felt right. Everything was so sluggish. It's always like on a grid and so annoying to work with. But this is like so freeform, loosey-goosey, and you can just drag and drop images. Really do everything. I think that should be... I have a sniper that chases a random NPC, and if they get shot in front of a group of penguins, they all scatter and get scared. You're talking about like an NPC sniper? Because if so, I think that idea might be too crazy and random to even go into the idea pile of crazy random ideas. But if you're talking about a player player thing, then I already have the hitman job, which I might add in, which is like finding targets and killing a target, right? And you have like a specific way you need to kill them, so it could be like snipe them, run them over with a car, kill them with your flippers, you know. So you get like specific ways to kill a target. I guess jail could be something. Jail/arrest. I don't know when that will be added. Live music. Let's add that on live support. I don't know. I want to add it and I want to keep it there. But just seeing it there is going to motivate me to touch it. I think my idea goes that if something stays around for too long, I'm going to start adding cobwebs onto it because it means I'm not touching it at all. So we can do a little bit of fun with that. I think actually instruments is also. I want to have you should be able to play a freaking guitar, dude. Pick up and play a saxophone, Bobby Mop style. What's the next job? We can close this out, I think. Let me see the rest of board. This is the board. I just started working on this morning, so these are my ponderings of Penguin Springs. You have the systems here, which are like overarching systems that affect like everything in the game. Then you have the crime side, which is like what can you do as a criminal. That would be hitman, robber, drug seller. Then some crazy random ideas that I'm not sure what to do with. World design, which is like how the world is supposed to look. Some random buildings, what sort of nature I want to add, like nature elements. And then we have jobs, which are like civilian things that you can do. So a taxi driver, delivery driver, fisher, fast food, pilot, miner, grocery store, garbage squid, musician, athlete, and mechanic. And then this is the fixed zone, which has nothing in it right now. That's the situation. That's the situation. But we'll see. What other things are relevant? Looking around here. Okay, so what? Let's just imagine we're playing the game. The intro, of course. Intro. Plus. Or intro. But also here, do much later. I think the character creation screen. I wouldn't mind having that due soon. I don't think I would mind that because if we look at like when Penguin World got its character creation screen, that was like a big facelift I felt. So having like a proper character creation screen in Penguin Springs is probably going to do the same. But the intro, can you use actual video in intro? Well, I don't think I want to do that. It's going to be animated. Flying into Penguin Springs. Maybe, I don't know if I want to have that on live support, but we'll see. Street names. Street names would be something that would be on live support, and we didn't add that in, but do much later would be traffic lights, and parking cars. Parking cars is also on live support. Yeah, character creation. So you can like pick your stats and your backgrounds. So maybe you can pick like, you know, trust fund kid or something, which means that you come from like money, but then you don't have as much like street cred, which would be like a stat. But also you could pick maybe a homeless, and then you don't start with a rental contract and you have to like live on the street. But you get more street cred and you start with like some, you know, special items that allow you to like more easily break into places or whatever. So that's like part of the character creation, that you get like preset inventories, some perks, which also, speaking of perks, for the legal side of the game, you should add egg yolk, maybe from penguin eggs. That makes it illegal, and the sellers sell them to penguins, and maybe they turn yellow. Well, I was thinking they would sell ice. You know? Or snow, as they call it. Illegal substance, snow. Because it's not actually cocaine or crystal, but they call it ice. Flinging ice on the streets. Because it plays into the penguins, but it's also like not, you know, how silly would it be if they were selling like freaking penguin cocaine or whatever? It's like, yeah, okay. But if you call it like ice, it's sort of, yeah. It's humorous, but also like, okay, yeah, that's also something people actually call drugs in real life, so. What else? Car repairs, I guess. Car repairs. Well, my idea is that to sell ice to penguins, you have to find a dealer, and the dealer can be in like different places. It's not guaranteed that they're in a specific place. But you basically have to walk around the city carrying the drugs on you and hope that you find the dealer, but then you also risk like getting caught by the police because, you know, they're more on alert or whatever. They might pat you down or something. I'm not sure. Car, walk, distance, optimization. Let's see. Pick up weapons. I don't think I didn't add that yet. But that is something. Pick up weapons, which also means that I probably want to add this up here. I probably want to have that there as well. Enter building animation. Warp animation. Yeah. Think. Bro, this is not even juiced. Ah, shit. Yeah, I'm actually finally formalizing my my thoughts, because I've had thoughts spread across pages in a notebook, and you know how it is with like object permanence in a notebook. You write something down on a page, you flip to the next one, and you forgot that the page you were just writing on even existed, and then things are left to rot. But yeah, I've made this Miro board now, which is going to be a collaboration between me and my coworker. But here are the ponderings of Penguin Springs, which details like what jobs, what systems, some world design thoughts, some crazy random ideas, and crime thoughts. This is more like trying to ponder what is the game, like game design perspective. Some random thoughts that are like to be implemented, but then this is the actual, like, this is stuff that needs to get done, and then we have the fixed zone. Yeah, I don't know how many t-shirts, but they were all the size extra small, couple extra large t-shirts. But I think this is I think this is gonna work well. I'm trying to, yeah, just, I have this tendency, and I mean, it's not unique to me, but like when I work on my game, it's sort of like you run into something, you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. You don't write it down, and then you forget you even wanted to do it. And then by the time that it would have been relevant to have it implemented, you're like, oh shit, yeah, I should have done that months ago. Why didn't I write that down? So I'm just formalizing things, getting all my ideas on paper. And also giving my coworker, that fish, a chance to look at what I'm thinking. But it's like I haven't. I'm not a gameplay designer. I'm a bad game designer, I would say. Not because I can't design fun games. It's more just I don't sit down and write gameplay systems. I just do. Which is a risky move. Because I focus so much on systems. It's all systems that I end up forgetting, or end up like wishing that, oh yeah, you know, at some point I have enough systems that the gameplay is just gonna evolve organically, which is true of like Penguinize and stuff. Like there are a lot of organic fun gameplay moments, but it's mostly systems, right? So yeah, I think this is important for me. And also, like, there are so many times on Discord where that fish will send me a screenshot. He's like, this thing renders weird. And I'm like, okay, yeah, cool. I put it in some list somewhere. And then I never go look at the list, because who wants to go scroll through a freaking list? Lists are boring as shit, dude. But this is like so visually appealing. This is not juiced, but close enough. And I'm like, this one's done. Into the trash it goes, you know? But I can also, because it's sad in like Trello, that when you want to organize things, there is only one way, which is like deleting or archiving or whatever. You want to look back and see like, oh shit, I've walked this far, you know? It's like you're walking a trail, you turn around and it's like, wow, that I actually just realized how far I've walked. And it's the same thing you can do here, you know, if you have 100 tasks in the fixed zone, that's going to be like, you know, hell yeah. You don't want to delete stuff. You want to see all the stuff you fixed. I think Trello always sucked. I think Trello reveals itself as being like simplistic. It's like everything's so simple and it just works. But with that simplicity comes so many limitations. Because if I want to throw in a freaking screenshot of something, you look at this and it's like, what is this? What am I looking at? It's just text. I look at this and it's like, oh shit, yeah, okay, yeah, ah, yeah, here's the, oh. Well, that's the thing. Paper works, and I have been using paper to much success, but like I said earlier, with the issue for me is that once you run out of space, you go to the next page, and it's as if the page you were on before never existed. But here, it's like everything is in front of you. You zoom out, and it's like everything is there, laid bare, and if you need more space, you just move to the side. It's essentially infinite space. It's an infinite size whiteboard that you don't have to wipe clean or take photos of. There's no archiving is just as present as the actual active stuff. But for me, it's the scope of this game that has made me be like, I need to sit down and actually formalize my thoughts on this, because I can't just maintain all of these thoughts in parallel. Well, I think it's like a messy kitchen, right? It's a messy kitchen in the sense that you know where everything is. Someone else goes in and they're like, this is chaos, but you can create your own organized chaos in this sort of space. I used to use a tool like this. I forget the name of it. When I was in grade school, I used this, and I collaborated a bunch of friends, and I just remember how nice it was, and I was surprised I didn't return to something like this again. But it's like the opportunity for organized chaos and like self-expression too. I think that means a lot in like notes. But it's like, you know, you can just scale this up. I'm like, oh yeah, I want this to be bigger. I just select it and scale it up. And I think that's pretty cool. You know? Yeah, I think I generally don't write stuff down either, but I just feel like it comes back to bite me in the ass when I don't. And I end up having like, yeah, these notepad documents of like random scribbled manic ideas and bug fixes, and then I'm like, I don't want to save them either because they're like notes I just want to throw away. But I've used Trello, but I just this is not inspiring. This is not inspiring. Like, this sucks ass. Like freaking tags on a list. And then you have this. You have like this, a checklist, right? Location specific checklist. And it's like you have to click into all these sub menus all the time. It's like submenu, submenu, submenu to like see anything. And so many things are like visual. It's so much, you can say so much more with visual stuff like this. Just being able to move stuff up and down in like a colored group says so much more to me than looking at this and having like bug fixes. And then I have to scroll down this list of like, need texting, new bugs. Oh, they have custom right-click menu. Yeah, they should use humane UI for the web. What website? This is Miro. M-I-R-O. Miro. But I am going to make myself a cup of coffee, and then I think I'll sit down and we'll start tinkering with this shit. But it's also like being able to add freaking whatever you call it, like notes, or maybe you call it metadata even. Like notes to notes and group them up and like add little emojis and whatever. It makes it so instantly, like here, I can look at the crazy random ideas. I'm like, you know, sort of glancing over. It's like the guitar. Oh yeah, that's the band one. I glance over the bus. Oh yeah, that's the public transportation. The video. Oh yeah, that's the YouTube video streaming. So it's like when it's all text, 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 you don't get this sense of control. It's what I noticed in the UI in the game when I added like icons to the buttons, because I would go in the main menu in Penguin Heist, I'd click play, I'd click single player. It was like muscle memory, you know. But sometimes I would still screw up clicking the right button because the buttons were just text. And because the buttons were just text, I actually had to, you know, if my muscle memory gave up on me, I had to actually read what they said. But what I realized was I just add icons, like little visual icons besides the text. And that made me able to just glance over the AI, over the UI, and just instantly find the single player. I didn't have to like, there's no feeling of like needing to read, because you just see like, oh yeah, the online is the little earth with the lines, and the single player is just the single penguin, and the multiplayer is the two penguins. So it's like icons do so much for providing this overhead view of like something big. It's quite nice. But I'm also imagining having like, I don't know, a screenshot of Penguin Springs, right? So you can take like a screenshot, and then because this is like basically essentially infinite zoom in and zoom out as far as like the resolution goes, you just have over here like a big ass map of Penguin Springs, and you can plop down notes on top of the map that represent like, in this specific area we need to add the gas station. Here we need to add the skate park or whatever. So we can just plop down notes on the map, and then we can just take those notes away when we update. So that's also something that I'm thinking, because it's so instantly visual and telling exactly what needs to get done. These are too many lights, dude. Way too many lights. I don't know. I just feel like I've been missing out on a lot of organization lately. And these notepad documents have been sucking. So yeah, I'm gonna go make some coffee for myself. I'll be back, and then we'll see if we can tackle at least the remote player disconnect or whatever. Be right back.
Your reflection tells the story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never lies. Arr.
The reflection tells the story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust my eye. The mirror never lies.
All right. Made some yogurt with muesli as well. Mm.
Eyes. Your reflection tells a story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never lies. Arr.
Good song.
The reflection tells the story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust my eye. The mirror never lies.
Yeah, it's my actual room. This is actually a live stream. The camera. Yeah, you know it. Should seals die? A, yes, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Kill all seals. All right. You like that? would be start and destroy, I guess. Hello, Soup. You're full of knowledge. How do you declare a list? To declare a list, because a list is a generic, so you would say list and then the type of list. So a list of integers, and then you'd call it list name equals new list. Because when you do new, you allocate basically in memory. You allocate, you say that there exists a list on the heap, and that list can now have values assigned to it. So new creates a pointer. Memory allocation. But that's different from an array, where if I want to make an array, you do that int and then open close brackets, and array name equals new int, and then the thing is, with an array is fixed size. It doesn't get automatically resized, and it's contiguous in memory, so it's aligned. Then you have to like define the length of the array. But a list can automatically sort of increase and decrease in size. It does so dynamically depending on, like, if you add, like, a list will be allocated and it's going to have a certain capacity. So I don't know, I forget the exact like implementation of the capacity, but let's say you make a list and it has a capacity of 2. I think it grows up by powers of 2 actually. So you make a list and the capacity would start at like 2. You add 2 items to the list and then it grows to 4. Then you add more and it grows to 8. I would say it's worse. It's generally worse for performance to use a list. Because you get more cache misses. Because basically, if you imagine that you have, if this is the heap, right? And you have like memory, which is stored in bytes, right? A list, basically the way that a linked list works is it stores an element at a specific address. So it has a beginning, right? And it stores a piece of data somewhere in memory. So you make a list, right? Of a type. So let's say it's an int. L equals new. And when you make a new list, that instantly points to a place in memory where data is being stored. So in the case of this list, we're storing a new data point here. And this point, in turn, it stores data there. And then it also points to another part in memory where the next data point is stored, and the next and the next. That's why it's linked. So let's say you have 4 items stored in your list, right? The way those items can be stored is undefined. So there may be other data stored here, here, here. And then this one points forward because here is where the next point of data is stored. Because a list doesn't allocate a contiguous piece of memory, it just allocates memory anywhere. But that also means that you can get like cache misses, you can't read, the computer is able to read a certain amount of memory at a time. And if that memory is next to each other, it's you don't have to reread a bunch of memory. So like if you have to read here, and then you have to read here, and then you have to read here, that slows down the process. But if you can just like, you read here, and then you read here, and then you read here, and then you read here, you can just read this entire chunk all at once, basically, you know? And that's what arrays do. So arrays will allocate not just like an amount of data points, but it allocates an amount of data points in a row, in contiguous memory. So, you know, if you make an array, so we have like int a equals.
Soupzilla said, "What is a list that lists cheese like a shopping list, but it does not list a list of groceries? A list or cheese on a list?"
Oh yeah,
Onion.
good point. Onion. So let's say we make a list of 8, right? Then it will allocate 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of data in contiguous storage, right? Which means you can basically load this all in at once. Much more performant in terms of memory. But that's basically the difference. It's far more difficult to increase the size of an array. Well, not far more. It's a bit more annoying to increase it. But basically, like an array won't have the because if you have a list, for example, right, you can do list name dot add and then the element. But with an array, there is no add operation. If you add something to an array, you're resizing the entire thing. There's no add operation. The add operation just resizes the entire array from 8 to 9, which is like, okay, we're going to have to allocate an entirely new piece of memory that corresponds to 9 slots of whatever data points we're trying to store, right? So that's sort of the difference, and that's why if you have a list and you have, you know, given that list a capacity of 128, well, how do you put in an array? Well, you index. So in an array, if you want to put stuff, you say at index 0, because we start counting from 0. This is index 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth, right? So if you want to assign to index 0, you say that equals 1. And when you add... Oh, all right. The door. There we go. But yeah, I mean, at this point, list equals 1. But because with an array, we assign 8 data points from the get-go. These all of these 8 points have a value. With the list, because it's not assigned yet, it only has sorry. It only has the first data point, right? So that's sort of, you know, what we've done here is there's no adding, there's only setting in an array. But if we do like, if we now do array dot add 1, what we get here is, sorry. See, that's what you'd get if you'd add to the array, but adding to the list, it starts out as empty. So that's basically arrays and lists explained. A for loop? Yeah, I mean, if you want a for loop, if you want to iterate across all these elements, you just say for, and then integer I, which is our index, equals 0, because we start iterating at 0. As long as I is less than array name dot length, which is in this case 9 here, but in this case 8. And then after every iteration, we increment by 1. And then we can just, if we want to get an element in that, we just do array name and we index at point I, right? And that's it. We can log that value if we want to. But like here, for example, because we start counting at 0, the index here would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So even though it has a length of 9, the final index is actually 8. Which is, if you don't get that right, you can't do like, you think, oh, it has 9 elements in it now, so I can just do array name 9 and it's going to print this last value. No, it doesn't. Even though it's 9, it's actually 8 is the last element in a size 9 array. So array name 8 here would be equal to 1. And if we change that to 22, for example, here, that would be the situation. And in that case, it would be equal to 22. So that's how you do it. Very important. But it's, you know, you get used to this by just doing it. You just grind away, and yeah, just use them. They're useful in different contexts. If you want ease of adding and removing, use a list. If you want performance and you have a set amount that you need to work with, like let's say there are only ever 50 enemies in your level, you can use an array because you're going to get performance benefits when you like iterate across the enemies and like run their AI and stuff. It's not going to be huge benefits, but it's going to be benefits. And in my mind, those kinds of optimizations are generally good to consider. anything that runs every frame, I think should be optimized. You don't want to run slower than you have to every frame. If it's running like on a button click, then who cares? Who cares, you know? But if it's running every frame, try to make that run like clockwork, and consider like what data structure are you using, and what's the pros and what's the cons, you know? But yeah, lists are always slower. Yeah. Anyway.
Eyes. Your reflection tells the story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never
hell yeah.
lies. Arr.
The reflection tells the story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust my eye. The mirror never lies.
Can't have one without the other. Yeah, that's true. Um, wait, update player seating. When is it player use? Oh, right, it's updating. Hmm. 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 No, this is not the taxi. It's actually um just the car script. Wonder, is this um Yeah, no, the taxi logic runs in the vehicle, or specifically the logic for NPCs exiting and entering runs in the vehicle code, so. But that's not the code I'm touching. Let's enter vehicle. Running in like update. Yeah, it's basically just working or being a criminal. I mean, I think this is what it is. Jobs, crime, and a simulation. Jobs, crime in a simulated world. That's sort of what the game is. Right, update player seating kind of has to. Well, it's not necessarily the difference with the crime stuff is that you don't get a paycheck. It's like input is output. Whereas with the jobs, you actually have like an employer who will you know, pay you for your work or just showing up. Stupidity ads. Update player seating. Hello, Rushi. What's up? There. Right. Hey, I think that should work. I don't know if I can confirm it, but how many viewers? I don't know. Welcome back, Soup. 4? Yeah, apparently 4 viewers. Was first Linguine Lord. That's funny. First Linguine Lord. It's just a joke, guys. Come on. Get used to it. It's a little bit of dark humor. Oh, right. I remember what I wanted to add. I was thinking here for world design. Fish and birds. I want to have like seagulls and shit. And like fish that swim and react to. Manholes. What's it called?
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Oftenoms has learned to dance.
Oh my god, Oftenoms is here on Twitch. Manholes. Thanks so much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Energy. What are they called? Electricity poles? Soup. Don't mind Soup. Soup tries to play tough, but won't hurt a fly. Oftenoms is on my stream and Twitch and yet. Twitch. I think that was... What's another like classic? The street garbage or something? Street garbage and particles. Yes. Imagine you walk around the street and you see a penguin pull up with a boom box. On Twitch, you sound louder. It's because I scream on Twitch. People think I stream, but really I scream. Twitch, the #1 screaming platform. Ah! Okay. Rings. I don't know.
Often said, what color is red?
Red. We have to read his beak, because he's deafened us with his screaming. Oh yeah, they have to read my beak. It's to read my lips, but it's a beak. Red. Red. Red rum. Red rum. You guys know The Shining? Red rum.
It's a Patricio said, I still remember my high school day when we used to talk about Belle Delphine and OnlyFans like a lot.
Back in my private and high school days, I used to bust. But of course, I don't do that anymore. Instead, I decided to start learning the lore about busting. And all the characters as well. Hey, Soups. You know the cube. Is it possible to mix the cube in such a way that no two colors are adjacent? You should know this. Beat children. Nah, that's not illegal. That's illegal. Adjacent, you know, side by side. Just the entire cube. Is it possible to mix the cube so like no two pieces, you know, like if you have two pieces adjacent to each other, they'll form like a line, right? They'll form like a rectangle shape. Is it possible that no two pieces on a cube form a rectangle, so they're all just individual colors? You know, at worst, they would be like diagonal from each other. Is that possible? Something I've been thinking about. I guess really the question is, why do some your scripts say CS? Because it's C#. Hello, Annie Winter. For me, it's not winter. For me, chicken. Sometimes I dream about cheese. You guys know that one? It's Half-Life. Half-Life 2. One of the NPCs will say that to you. Wait, but C# is symbolized by a £. Yeah, but symbols generally don't go hand in hand with file names, because generally symbols are used for all kinds of like separation and commands and stuff. So it's CS C#. I'm too busy crafting on the craft. C# is a nasty chord to play. Yeah. Guitar, Cornquin, guitar. 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 That was a guitar. Guitar. Nice game, which I saw. I have 2 guitars. I have 2 guitars, a bass guitar, and an acoustic guitar. 2 electric guitars, an acoustic guitar, and a bass guitar. I'm not that rich. Well, I got mine for cheap. I bought mine before I became Penguin. Before I fell into the Penguin money. You should add a bug mode and a debug mode, where in bug mode, bugs crawl across the screen, and in debug mode, there are no bugs on screen. Yes, and I should add a bust mode and a not bust mode, where in the bust mode, basically, you turn on the game and... But in a not bust mode, you turn on the game and... Really? Your friendly status is 100 out of a 100. Oh, thank you. Ads? Every time you type ads in all uppercase, I think AIDS. And I think that makes me sad. Let's not discuss AIDS on stream, guys. Keep that out of chat. It's a very sad topic. Very family friendly. Yeah, that's what most people tell me. But yeah, guys, just keep the AIDS talk out of chat. We don't... It's a very depressing topic. Ruined many lives. An ad popped up on the side of my screen. Well, the ads that Soupzilla gets are full screen ads. So you should count yourself the lucky one. Jesus. Let's keep religion out the chat, guys. Let's keep this let's keep any religious debates out of the chat, guys. Try to keep this family friendly. God, David. See, this is the twig. This is the twig, you guys. This is the twig. Look here, is the twig. This is you control the drone. And then I did 3 years in military service. I got to learn to control the drone. I did 3 years of military service. You don't want to meet me in a dark alleyway. I shoot you with the drone. Shoot you with a drone. Bah! How to generate a game? He made the game. I generate Dwayne with game with drone. Killing penguin with drone. I did military service. 10 years of military service. Ah. Hey, sure. What's your problem? What's up, sport? What's up, doc? Hey, yo, what's up, doc?
Often Arms said, murder drone with penguin in a corn suit.
Murder drone with penguin in a corn suit. Hey, yo, what's up, doc? Do you guys know they put toads in holes over in the UK? The things they're doing to toads over there, it's crazy. Can't believe it. What the? We do not. See, they deny it. They can't face the shame. They keep doing it though. Toads in holes. Blind enemies? Not so blind, they kill me. I speak for my country. I went to the UK once, I saw so many toads in holes. They were begging to be let out. But of course the damn Brits wouldn't let them. We should be able to newt using points. Yeah, just make the text-to-speech say newt. Press F to call in airstrikes and override the back door lock.
Oftenom said, note.
Whoa!
Soupzilla said, note, 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 not note, 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 note.
That was so cool, guys. Did you just see what I saw? Sorry. Catch me live, screaming on Twitch. Bah. Liar? No, he nuded. I heard it. Fish City Bank. Home. Ah! I'm not gonna lie, when I was a kid, I used to go dig myself down in a hole and call myself a toad and imagine I lived in the UK. Wiw. I agree, Wiw. Is that red bar your newt meter or your health bar? That's my newt meter. And it meters my newt. Newt's my meter. Not gonna lie, back in my private and high school days, I mean, I used to do all kinds of stuff. I mean, let's just say, you know. Let's just say, you know. Penguin, you want some Galaxy chocolate? We have Galaxy chocolate over here in Iceland. They sell it in the stores. Me personally, though, I'm not the biggest fan of Galaxy chocolate. But, you know, I compromised and I learned all the lore and the chocolate types as well. God damn it! God damn it! Coughing up blood, penguin style. Good. Take me to the river. Take me to the river. You used to kill people? Yeah, I used to. Still do. Take me to the river. Bathe me in the water. I wanna know. Take me to the river. Hug me in the water. Newting. Newt King, Newting. Newt Andreas. Oh, holy shit. Sorry. I don't swear on this channel. We're family friendly. I wanna know, have you ever seen the fish? I wanna know, have you ever... Oh, shit! Shit! Ah! Die! Die, money bags! It's over now! I have the high ground. You're dead. Ah! It's over now, money bags! God damn it! Take this! It's over now. Yeah. Yeah. Shit. I will kill you, moneybags. It's over now. I have the high ground. You're done for. This will be your demise, moneybags. It's over now. Give up. There you go. What a boss fight. Legendary. Now let's steal the stock market. I wanna... No. Have you ever seen the penguin? Yeah. Give up already, buddy bags. I have the high ground. I have a baseball bat and all you have, well, all you have is a mini gun. Just give up already. I have the stock market. Penguin heist successful. We did it, everyone. We did it. What does teach you dance do? It teaches the large penguin to dance. Was a fun stream today. Gotta go now though. Have an amazing weekend, guys. Question mark. That's ominous. This is why we don't let Corngwin play his own game. Why? Because I'm really good at it? Because I'm really good at Penguin Heist? Time to play my old love. Blizzard Highway. Blizzard Highway. Not in the build. God damn it. I'll add that to the list of that fish's that fish's trash heap, I think we'll call it. Mega is on the craft. Mega craft. That fish's trash heap. Where that other fish puts that fish's asks. Can you increase the... Oh, you can react with emojis? Hello, First Legwin Lord. Oh, First Legwin Lord. Penguin World is up and running. I mean, it's not working, but you can actually play it. It's just very bugged. I need to fix it when I'm done with the stream. Yeah, you can actually join it. So just Penguin World. Fishsoft.com/Penguin World to join. It's up and running. You can play it. Server is up. You can just walk around. It's very broken, but it, you know. Is there like stink lines? Increase the thickness, change it to a like stinky green. Is there like a garbage chute image? Or like a garbage chute PNG file? This gonna work? No. This might work. He's still streaming. Yeah, I made that fish's trash heap, where that other fish puts that fish's tasks. So this is a garbage chute, and I put down the garbage into his stinky pile of trash. Maybe a garbage truck PNG. I don't know if I want to represent my own domain with a garbage truck. I don't think that's a good idea. Garbage bag PNG. That's gotta work. Why are none of these alpha clipped? How does that look, guys? What do we think? My beautiful domain here. And then that fish's trash heap. Stinky. Stinky. Bring back Blizzard Speedway. I made my Penguin World account. I'll meet you in Penguin World. There's gonna be even more tester penguins now. I need to add like a quick play button or something that creates like a temp file or whatever. Hey yo, where you at? That's Alice Sverge. Oh, there you are. OF Danums. Who makes Penguin World? I made Penguin World. Hey. Move around, buddy. Oh shit, I have arrows. What if there's hackers? It doesn't matter. I guess if you reconnect, you get your arrows. I'm unable to move. Use WASD. Oh, you're on mobile? Oh. Yeah, this is for PC, but I'm gonna add mobile controls. I'll kill you, OF Danums. Get wrecked. You don't have a PC? How does he not have a PC, guys? That's insane. Seems like you don't die. Oh, okay. Hold on. No, wait. What? I'm waiting. No, wait. Hold on. Hold on. It's me, Soup. Time to put a toad in the hole. I feel like a penguin. Is Penguin World gonna be RuneScape but 3D and good? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's gonna be like. Oh shit, it seems like the health bar's not synchronizing for the... Holy shit! Help me! Help! I'm not getting experience for kills either. That kind of sucks. Yeah, I need to fix a couple more things in here. You can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a penguin man, no time to talk. I'm gonna walk up to the hill and I'm gonna kill the boss on the hill. Yeah, it's alright. It's okay. I'm gonna kill the enemy. I shoot an arrow into him. He is level 10. I kill him. Whether you're a penguin or whether you're a sling, I staying alive. Staying alive. Kill a penguin sling. I'm killing the penguin and staying alive. Staying alive. Ha 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 ha. Get out of here. Ah, shit. I think they should be able to swim. Good point. Not gonna lie. Good point. Good point. Not gonna lie. Look, 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 look. Ah, Penguin World. My greatest creation. I cannot create a couch. Yes, you can. Add a boss that spawns. That's the seal. It already says your account already exists. You created the account. First Penguin Lord. First Penguin Lord. Account already exists. So you already created it. Just log in. I forgot. But it's very broken. You can just walk around, basically. None of the actual gameplay really works in the game. Password? Can you give us the password to your account, First Penguin Lord? Oh my god, I can't show poop on... I didn't mean to show that, guys. Poop on stream. I wanted to add the little poop emoji. Okay. Password is 1. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Wait. Yeah, okay. This get component in the Penguin controller, I think that's a big problem. I do too much get component. It doesn't really matter in the build, but in the editor it introduces allocations that just aren't necessary. His password isn't 1, by the way. Shit. Guys, let's hack into his account. Let's figure out that password. We can do this. We have to work together. We had different usernames. Password guessing. Guys, we can do this. If we work together, we can hack into First Penguin Lord's Penguin World account, and we can figure out, or we can read his deepest, darkest secrets. I remember a time when I was the mighty Soupsel. Yeah, back in Penguin World, back in your private and high school days. I remember that too. You guys remember that? Back in Soupsel's private and high school days? Admin abuse. Go cry to the admins about RDM, I don't care. Might be 2, might be 3. That's a good point. Keep guessing, guys. We'll guess it eventually. Yeah, that's clever, Soup, because that's the thing. Most people would stop by the time to get to number 6.
Often said, hey, first Penguin Lord, what's your Penguin World account password?
Because the first thing you think when you get to the number 6 is you're kind of scared of 7. Because 7, 8, 9. So you don't want to... Of course, it's got to be 7. Good point. Yeah, I think that's his password. 6-7. I can't believe it. We figured it out. Well, I think we're done for the day, honestly. I think I feel pretty good. It wasn't a super productive day, but at the same time, you know, we're laying some groundwork for future things. I need to add a no, as in we're not ready. Or no, as in you don't like the concept of 6-7. Godwin, Madam Godwin. By the way, guys, did you see what
said,
I
not.
look what I sent to Robert? He said, "True that," which was the latest message was sent here June 30th, and Robert said September 19th. True that. And he's a slightly late response. I know, really. Not gonna lie, this channel is dead. This channel needs to be brought back from the dead. Come on, who's with me? To which I respond, you're dead if you keep up this behavior, Robber. That's a threat. Hey man, don't get all up in my face and get defensive. I was just being honest and saying your channel needs to be brought back from the dead. Honestly, take it easy, fish boy. Wait, can't you check anyone's passwords? I could if I wanted to. If I wanted to check someone's password, I could. So I've told people, like, don't type any password you actually use. But at the same time, I don't want to do that because that's a personal, you know, invasion of personal privacy. But yeah, there are passwords stored in plain text. But yeah, I'm not gonna read them, so don't worry about that, and you're not in any danger. I'm thinking I'll probably implement a hashing algorithm, or like there was one time I did read the password because it was Britterball. Britterball had forgotten her password, so I had to open up her file and send the password to her. So I did read her password on request. That was funny. Samuel, you showed up at just the right time. We're about to close the stream, so. But yeah, I want to show you this, Samuel. Before I end. I've been making this little document here. Can you send me my password, please? But your account has been wiped. The account's been wiped because I moved the server. It's running on my laptop now. So all the old account information is gone. But yeah, look at this beautiful for Penguin World. What? No! No! Yeah, the game is running on the same computer that's running my Minecraft server. It's also running Penguin World now. Speaking of Minecraft, you should also join that one, OF Danums. Join the Minecraft. Join the craft. Oh yeah, this is beautiful, I think. Java emulator on your phone. I thought you need to have a PC, dude. Play on your phone. The IP is www.fishsoft.com. This is the IP for the server. Wherever is a channel. That's the IP, not the HTTP. It's this. Sorry, there you go. That's it. Oh yeah. If you send a username, I can whitelist you. So anyway, what version? There's just the latest one, latest Minecraft. It's a pretty cool project, right? Don't you agree, Samuel? But yeah, this is, so you have, like, basically what I did is I've written down sort of what I want to do in different rankings. I'll just SSH into my terminal. I think tmux attach Minecraft, and then okay, Megadig already did it. Okay, cool. This is what I see when I interact with the server. Admin abuse. Mango. Bleh. Penguin hack his own server? Yeah. My phone is flaming hot. May or may not be set ablaze. Yeah. But yeah, it's the same. Is Bro hosting a Minecraft server? Yeah, this is my Minecraft server. For everyone who's watching the stream is welcome to join the Minecraft server. But also I have this in a separate thread. I'm hosting Penguin World. Someone's called Neuter. I guess that's first Penguin Lord is Neuter. Which one? Who is Neuter? What kind of food do you feed Pepsi? Generally high protein, grain free. kibble, and then once every evening he gets wet food. Fun fact, I did Linux from scratch and it's working right now. Yeah, this is an Ubuntu server I'm running here. It's running on my laptop, which is sitting in my living room. And yeah, it's pretty nice. But I'm using Tmux to have a bunch of different sessions running, which is quite nice. Quite nice. But it used to be a Windows laptop. It was a ThinkPad with Windows 10 on it. No, it had Windows 7, I think. Yeah, it was Windows 7 on it. Yeah. The server may or may be lagging. Is it lagging on the server? I would host if I had access to router settings. It requires passive that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Wait, did OF Danums join? Yeah, he did. Okay. I didn't know you could play Minecraft Java on the phone. That's kind of wild. Probably just running like shit because it's on the phone then. I don't think it's the server. Cornwin coin crypto soon? Yeah, when we get the $500 donation, I'm gonna launch my cryptocurrency. So, fingers crossed for that, guys. Yeah, you're probably lagging because you're on the phone, OF Danums. You should probably play on PC if you don't want to lag. But it's cool you could join anyway. So yeah, I guess I can't chop trees. Donkey Kong. That's funny. Yeah, I've organized my tasks to be on live support, which is basically being unsure of what time frame I can finish these in. Do much later, which I will do, but with relation to what I need to do soon, will be much later, and then do soon are like higher priority. But it may or may not be that any of these at any moment's notice can like go up to top priority. But do now is like, these are things I'm actively working on. I just pick any one of them. And then if I think I've finished it, I'll add it either to requires testing or to the fixed zone where things have actually, been finished. So that's what we're doing. And then if I have something that I know is for that fish, I put it into that fish's trash heap, this is my garbage chute, and it sends down the garbage down to that fish, where he has some kind of race level is his current garbage. And then these are my ponderings of Penguin Springs. So yeah, I think we're looking positively on this situation here, and I'll see you guys on Monday. So have a great rest of your weekend. And yeah, see you guys later. Good time. Make sure to play on the craft. Get on the craft. Play craft. I will not be joining the craft, not at this moment at least. But yeah, anyone else who's watching, join the craft. And I'll see you guys at the Red Light District. See you guys over there. Bye-bye. Oh, you watch the stream. Now the stream. stream is over. Stream is over. It was really good. Please subscribe. Donate $500. Please donate $500. I love to get money for free. Ooh. Ooh, he loves money. $500 donation, please. I want $500 sent straight to my bank account. I need $500 in my bank account. Oh, don't forget to subscribe and follow. I'll be back on Monday, streaming, game deving, also adding more stuff to that fish trash heap. Bye bye.